now and the future, and we're talking more in terms of e-commerce and delivery. And I would like to invite my panel members up. We have Mr. Abraham Odoi. Let's give it up when you're coming up, please. Mr. Patrick Asari Frempong. And Mr. Ninoy Dowuna Okran. Let's clap. Let's keep clapping for them as they come along. Okay. So thank you so much for joining us this morning, and we're excited to have this conversation. My moderating style is more about conversational. Just to give you a bit of background, we had a bit of talk before we came on stage about a lot of stuff, but as we get on the stage now, we'll be delving in a bit, and we have very experienced people here who are coming from a lot of diverse backgrounds. So what I'd just like us to do as we get into it, you just give a brief of yourself before we get into the details. But as I always try to do is like, when we talk about this topic, click to delivery to cash. What comes to you from your perspective? I don't know if there's a microphone over there.
So thank you, and thank you for having me here. So I'm Abraham Odoi. I'm currently the Chief Technology Officer for Impunti Technologies. We are an AI, big data, digitalization institution, also offer platform development and beyond. With the discussion today, I think it's an interesting one because we have come from a place of, let me say, trouble, where we've had issues with trust across the e-commerce space, and a place where we didn't know who to hold accountable for what, because there are different players within the e-commerce space, especially in the digital age where we can carry out a lot of these things from the comforts of our home. There are several players that come into it here. So it's a good one. Looking at where we've come from, I would say we've come from a place where trust was a big issue because we didn't have the necessary integrations. The systems weren't open up for even such integrations to happen before for this delivery of service. So we've come a long way. Now we've had innovations that have enabled integrations, even with mobile money coming into play, where we can cross out the payment on delivery phase of things. But I wouldn't say we're there yet, because as a people we trust with one eye open. So I wouldn't say we're there yet, but we've come a long way. I think as we delve deeper, we'll hear some exciting things.
Okay, Patrick.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to be here. I mean, when I think of click to delivery to cash, I mean, Odo has talked a lot. What comes to my mind, it's people really need to see that they can actually use technology, and whatever it is that they are using technology for, they can get a service delivered to them, and those who are also rendering the service can make money out of it. I mean, the long and short of it. I believe that a lot of people are thinking so much about what this whole technology buzz is about, what this whole digital space is about, and can it be secured? Can I make money out of it? So, I mean, we see in our local parlance, we have everybody who want to open a corner shop. Reason why, one day, a friend of mine were just discussing this and we're asking ourselves, it looks like everybody who builds a house try to have a store in front of the house, especially if you are preparing for pension. And then the main reason is you use it as an opportunity to engage yourself to have business. The question here is that it's more about what it is that, why is it that nobody thinks of a digital business if he wants to enter into it? So I think the way we go about it is how we give that same comfort that everybody is used to, in the real life situation, and the fact that I buy, I pay, then whoever has it is able to get the cash or what is needed. And I think that the conversation around all is about how do we ensure that all the players in the space are able to give people that. And I think you mentioned a lot about trust. Trust is key. I mean, we just came to sit, we had a bit of coffee, and we're having a conversation. And the reason why we can do that is that there's a bit of level of trust at a certain level. But it can only increase based on time and based on people getting to understand that this that we have is actually coming to stay. I mean, mobile money is a very good example. When we started mobile money, it looked like it would fail to not fail. You know, as SGSSB started this Sika card. And I mean, there was a huge buzz about it, but it was like only for those who were going to secondary school. If you're a father, drop the money in so that your son or your daughter can spend from there. But see where it has come to. Now, when you receive an alert from MTN mobile money, you will not doubt it. You don't think twice that is wrong. And you know that is money. But it was a long time for people to really come to that space. And it's all because of trust and because people know that if I send and you get an SMS, it's actually money. You can bank your hopes on it. You can go to an agent and cash it out, real money. You can go to a vendor and pay with it, and it will be accepted. So my mind on click, delivery, cash is how we ensure trust, and that service delivery can actually make people begin to see cash at the end of the day, because that's what we are doing in transactions, money at the end of the day.
NITA.
All right. Thank you very much. So yes, I will also pivot to trust, because it's largely been the real backbone of the success of e-commerce. E-commerce has grown in various forms to what we are comfortable or familiar with now. Prior to us now having all these rails and infrastructures in place, even though they are not, I'll say seamless, they are still, in a way, we are able to still use them in the modules as they are to still accomplish our objectives and goals. So then it also gives the opportunity for you to plug into the various points of the entire chain to benefit, in fact, to collaborate and benefit from it rather than just be a consumer of the entire chain has been presented to you or offered to you. So for some, they are able to now bring their businesses from geographical limitation, and then also spread out their reach and distribution across, breaking certain barriers that limited their opportunity to expand. However, if there is no trust, underlying trust across the various modules, it becomes quite a challenge. So here you have someone ordering a product from you, and then now you have to now because at the end of the day, you're taking the cash, you need to ensure that the fulfillment is completed. You have to now ensure that the money that is being sent is, when are you receiving it, when are you sending the product out, and then the one who is also going to complete the fulfillment, either as a pickup or is a delivery, which most of us have become quite comfortable with. You, as the one taking the money, you have to ensure that all these various functions, the trust is maintained across all those various functions. And so it also still opens up that opportunity for others to come play in the space without it being an end-to-end solution being delivered by one party.
Thank you so much. So I believe the underlying theme that we've coming out of this is trust, and people being able to trust in the various systems in terms of whether it's e-commerce or service delivery, whatever it is the trust. But for me, a consumer, when I get there, is it only about trust or just making sure that the thing needs to be delivered? So like Patrick, for example, you are coming from Hubtel. You have a lot of services, but one of your big services now is, I love food. Maybe I'm a foodie and I can see food. So when I go onto the app and I click for the food, am I thinking more about trust? Am I thinking more about the payment platform? Like, how does it work for somebody? Break it down for somebody who doesn't really understand how that delivery system works. So if I'm ordering like food, for example.
Yeah, thanks for that. So, that's a very good question. If you come to Hapto or you are on any other app, I believe people use Bolt and other competitions. There's that I'll tell you that use Hapto, don't use Bolt. Anyway, but the way it really works is that you first and foremost have to show people what's available for them to be able to buy. So let's say you are interested in your gobe. So you see your favorite gobe retailer. Now, the first thing that you have to show for the people to believe in is that you have to show them something they can relate with. Like I mentioned, you know that your gobe seller, I don't know, maybe Antimony or somebody, that name, it's also a trust relationship you have to have. So in our space, we make sure that the vendor or the retailer, whoever it is, we are picking certain things that make those who relate to that retailer be able to know that there's a person. Now, when you indicate what you want to buy and then you buy, you definitely have to make payment. And the payment also goes into two ways. One is that you have to be able to pay from the wallet that you are used to. So it's not that you are restricted to a specific wallet, but you can't be able to use your card and everything. And then the retailer also accept the money first before he will give the food out. So nobody will do that if he can't give the food out. So at the back of it is to make sure that we take the money from you, give it to the retailer, give your order, everything to the retailer. At the same time, we have delivery riders who also get the same alert saying that somebody sitting at Accra International Conference Center has ordered gobe from this person, he has paid, and actually also have paid for your service for delivery. So then you receive the money, go get it, and then now brings it. And when it delivers it to you, we, to also invoke trust, we make sure that when you get it, you give something in confirmation that yes, it is true, that you have received it, and you confirm that this is the order you place. So we send you a code that when the rider comes, if you do not give the code out, it doesn't confirm that you are the one. So the rider will not be paid, and then the transaction will not be completed. So when we say, that's why I love the whole theme of click, delivery, and cash. So you saw something on Haptel, you love the gobe, you click through, you selected it, you paid for it, so you are now expecting a service delivery from two fronts. The retailer who has the gobe, plus the rider who is going to deliver. You expect the two services to be delivered to you. And when it comes to you and you confirm that yes, this is what I ordered, what I've received is what I want, then the retailer is paid, the rider is paid, and everybody goes. As soon as you do not confirm that that's the one you want, we cancel all transaction and your money comes back to you. So when we say that you order the food, that is the process and the steps you go inside. But the magic behind is how we have to make sure that this all happens seamlessly without taking too much time, and you don't feel like you are doing a lot. You just selected it, you paid for it. Within 20 minutes, 15 minutes, you get a call. I'm here, your food has come. You check it, it confirms, you pay, money is paid, and that is it. So that's what really runs behind it. And the whole process is trust, because the retailer has to trust Haptel to list. You need to trust that this is the right retailer. That is why you are buying on Haptel. We also need to trust that the rider will bring it. And when it brings it also, you trust that what was brought to you was actually what you bought for it. So it just runs around this. And the only way we communicate this whole thing is through the digital spaces that we have, either with the money or with the signals that we send across.
So Abraham, Patrick is just telling us the whole picture. So when it comes to you, the technical aspect, how do you break this down for the non-technical people? because we are also building the trust, we're also trying to inform our people how to go about some of these things. So like from your experience with some of these things, can you give
Yeah. I think there are some key things Patrick mentioned, which I'm particularly happy about. The part about the confirmation of delivery. Now, one of the key things we need to note, or questions people ask, is that on most of these e-commerce platforms, once it's stated that, let's still use the case of the food. So I bought my gobe. Once the app states that I have an estimated time of arrival for 15 minutes, the case is, how do I trust that it's actually 15 minutes? Because I don't know if it's actually going to do other deliveries before bringing mine. So the 15 minutes could be 30 minutes. It could be 45 minutes. Now, as we advance these platforms, it's key that we put in place technology to be able to measure this accurately. There's also the case of the rider arrives at one person's destination and he has to wait for 10 minutes or even 20 minutes before handing over the meal. So how do we help this? In helping this, we have to be able to track. Mostly we would say Google Maps. Google Maps can tell you how many stops the rider has to make before it comes in. Some other platforms have done this that we can leverage from. Example, Uber. Uber tells you there's stop before your stop. So we should be able to do this. The challenge here is that these players are not in sync. So there's one stakeholder who is the platform provider. There's another stakeholder who is the e-commerce, the vendor. Then we have the delivery institution or rider. So how do we get all these people on one channel? And from Patrick's explanation, it seems they've made a lot of advancements in this because they've been able to put in some key signals across the entire ecosystem, the entire chain, to the point that they're able to tell when the delivery is actually done. Now, to the layperson, how do I understand this process for it to make sense to me, for me to be able to trust that this process works? And I think the education on this is key because we are used to certain platforms and the shortfalls of those platforms. So it's key that we engage and communicate what the improvements are, how technology is helping solve some of these loopholes. And that would help us build a trust over time. Because as it stands now, even when I make an order, I do not see how much the delivery is going to cost me till I get to the final end of the order. So it's more or less, let me not say hidden transactional information, I would rather say delayed information. Because before I'm making the order, you already know where I'm located. You should be able to give me that information before I get to the final end of the transaction to know whether I'm actually going to go through with it or not. So I think engagement is key to know the advancements that are going on. Plus, there is a way where we can also bring in some emerging technology to actually know the different players involved in this. Because the success of the entire chain might be jeopardized just because of the rider. So we need to know the rider who is actually doing this. How many faults have been reported on that rider? What information do we have about him? It could be his delivery bike might even be faulty. And that could jeopardize the whole ecosystem. And the outsider sees this as one unit. The outsider doesn't see the rider as a separate stakeholder, the vendor as a separate stakeholder. And they'll mostly blame it on the platform. So if there's an issue, they'll just say the Haptel system has an issue, when that might not necessarily be the case. So it's important that as we advance in, we also include these emerging technologies, because there's a lot that data can tell us. There's a lot of information, a lot of segmentations we can get from this, and even know which rider is best suited for which type of situations, be it the traffic situations, how safe that rider is, how trustworthy that rider is. Because personally, I've been burnt before. I've ordered food and it has never arrived before. It wasn't on the Haptel platform. It wasn't. Yeah. But I've been burnt before, so I know how this feels. And I hear this type of stories all the time. So it's key that we put out the education, we put out the communications for people to know how these improvements are happening as well.
Thank you so much, Abraham. So, Nino, all we're talking about, one very key aspect we're talking about is the software. And for some of us, I mean, it's simple as just using the platform, which might come in maybe in an app or something. From the software side, what kind of solutions, all these examples that we are given, that we can relate to, what kind of solutions are there for us to be able to take care of in terms of these things?
Thank you. So yes, the part of the solution that you will be directly interacting with will be the mobile app on your phone or the USSD code that you enter and interact with. Let's not forget USSD was king before. But behind that, there are quite a number of different parts of the solution: infrastructure, integrations with various other players as well to make all this work. I'll take us back to the advent of mobile money. During the early days in the late 2000s, when mobile money was coming into its own, one of the first things that they'll tell you is that, listen, yes, the platform will work, but if the SMS is down, you have a problem. Because the customer has done the USSD, right? They don't know what is happening on the other side. The only thing they can use to give them that assurance is that they received a notification that, oh, this has been completed or it didn't complete. Now, the transaction may have completed, which is a different platform, right? Sometimes that different platform may be interacting with various other platforms along the chain, and all that would have gone through, but just one system out of the lot, which is even like more or less auxiliary, right, just completely erodes the experience of using the service. So it's, it takes a number of orchestration to put all these things together, and then in effect, each one of them needs to come to the play and play effectively and timely as well for everything to work together. Same way with having e-commerce, you have your merchants put in their data. If they do not update the information of the data, for instance, maybe whether the items are available or not, the customer does not know, the potential consumer does not know, goes in and then tries to transact with it, and then would be transacting with old data. So there again, beyond the technology, beyond the softwares and the infrastructure, also comes the health of the data. How recent, how healthy the data is. That also feeds into the success of the entire solution. Let's backtrack even to ordering, how they call it, a vehicle, which most of us have more interactions with. You can order the vehicle and then the app will tell you, oh, 5 minutes away. 5 minutes gone, 11 minutes away. 11 minutes gone, 12 minutes away. It's like, and it does so happen because in real time, the dynamics keep changing, right? So, but what it does for you is that having that constant feedback being received gives you that level of comfort that, yes, the platform is still operational. I just have to be patient for the service to run its course. So not only having the software available up and running, also the various integration points and the infrastructures also need to be healthy and up and running. The data, the underlying content and data that is being interacted with also needs to be healthy and running, and also responsiveness, sorry. So in all that, there's still that need to keep the users or the consumers abreast with the inner workings of things. And that is how come most of some platforms reign over others, because in as much as they may not have so much going on for them, they keep the customer regularly engaged. And that alone feeds into their comfort, as in, yes, I trust that all will go well, I just have to be a little bit patient. So all those feeds into it.
Yeah. All right, thank you so much. I hope we're all enjoying the conversation so far. Hi. Yes, so I also want you to be part of this. So if there are any questions, suggestions, or contributions, I'll give you an opportunity to contribute. A mic will be brought to you so that you can also talk. So I just want to give us a brief recap here. The platform is important because it's giving a solution to a problem or maybe an opportunity. So whether it's for a ride, as you just said, or Patrick, in terms of the food and the various vendors, and then the whole infrastructure, as Abraham is talking about. But one thing that most of the developers talk about, and you just mentioned the data. How accessible is the data for us? Because from the example, we know for some of us who started using mobile money from the beginning, we've seen that a lot of things have changed in the delivery. So maybe in 2 minutes, most of you can. What has changed so much with the data, and how are we improving going into the future? So we start with Abraham.
Yep. So I think with the current platforms we have, even in development of the platforms, how do we develop looking into the future before we can even think of the data collection? Because if it's a case where we are just using foreign-built platforms, where we don't have any sort of accessibility or control, regulatory control over such platforms, it becomes an issue. But once these are built looking into the future, knowing that we want to improve the service from a data point of view, from an intelligent point of view, because the data would drive the intelligence. So in collecting the data, we need to look at the different hubs or the different integration points of the system. See at every point what kind of information is coming into the application, what kind of information is being communicated out. Now, once we identify all these points, now we can now build one data pipeline for us to now be able to make meaning of that information. Now, once we've been able to build a pipeline, then you bring in the experts, the data scientists, to now be able to build their models on that data. And the building of the models is meant to improve the service delivery, because it should be done with the consumer in mind, not just to expand the solution, but to see how best we can improve the user experience of the consumer. So there's a lot of data that can be collected, a lot of data. And it moves from system data to the personalities that are involved in the operationalization of these platforms, data about such people as well. Because this is a system that we've not gotten to the point where we have robots doing deliveries. So we still do have human beings playing a key role in this. And I would even say one of the most important roles in this, because the nature of the delivery, how the delivery person even interacts with whoever they're delivering to, would shape the person's perception of the whole ecosystem. So there's the need for us to collect data, not just from the systems, but also from the individuals that are playing a role in this. And then from there, now we can make informed decisions. So it is very key. And data, like we say, if you're doing or building now as a developer, I'm hoping there are some developers here, and you are building not thinking about how best to collect data. Now, when I say collect data, it doesn't mean go collect information that is not relevant for the service you're offering, because there are regulations that guide this as well. You should ensure that you're playing within the rules as well. But how well are you collecting data? How well are you storing the data? Be it structured or unstructured. We have the technologies now that can help us or enable us analyze these sorts of data. So the technological space is ripe for this. It's more or less on the adoption and how best we can trust the information that this data is going to give us. So it's key to pilot some of these things and have the ecosystem experience its benefits. Once we've experienced its benefits, now we can learn from our mistakes, improve, and then offer better solutions or better experiences for the consumers as well. Yes.
Great. So I think Odo has done the AI bit. I'll talk more about how the data moves from all the parties that are playing in it. So like he did mention, the data is most times will get as unstructured. You get people to structure it and everything. But that is at the back. But let me use the same example where you are buying the gobe seller is involved, you yourself, you are involved, the rider is involved. The whole data structuring everything is not important to you. What you need is the data coming to you that is most important to you. So what we do at our side on this is to make sure that the data that is flowing, we are also interpreting it and communicating to you in a way you understand. I think you mentioned that you order a ride, like on Bolt or on Uber, and then they will tell you that the ride will come in 5 minutes. The data he got is not like that. But the interpretation is how do we communicate to you for you to see that this is what you want. So you order the gobe. We tell you everything that the data says you should see, communicate you properly. At the same time, we are telling the retailer who is also doing the gobe the right information, giving the same information also to your payment channel, or let's say if you use MTN mobile money to pay, that exchange is happening, and then the rider. So in the space of all this, we have to make sure that as the data is passing through each of these actors, the data makes sense to each person. And at the back, whether it's structured or unstructured AI, the person dealing with it must understand. So you see things like, 5 minutes away, you get an SMS that communicate. And thankfully now we have a lot of technology that helps us to communicate to you. We have SMS, we have USSD, we have push notifications, we have mobile apps that actually can show you. So there are some of the ride hailing, it actually will show you that the car is coming. So it is also a way of interpreting the data to you. The feeling you have that you can see on a map, that the ride you ordered with the vehicle number, it's, if they tell you 2 minutes away, you can actually see, he's at the corner here trying to turn and come in. That is the way we make sure that this data that is coming is all interpreted in a way that you all see it well. And then each party is able to look at that data and make an informed decision, whether to continue, not to continue, or to. So then the data coming beautifully, and whether unstructured, it has come in a way that now we are also communicating to you in a better way to say it.
Yeah, I think you've given me a great place to also jump in. Yes, so the data being presented to the consumer has to make the service better for them, right? So, so that means that there has to be a very strategic approach to identifying what data will be relevant to the customer and then presenting that in a form and in a timely manner of which would be beneficial to them. So let's take, for instance, back to the gobe example. I've gone to maybe Circle to do some work there, and I'm really hungry. I need to eat. I take the app, Haptel, and then I check gobe. I want the quickest available gobe to come. Okay, so I found a gobe that's maybe 1 kilometer or 2 kilometers away. But how good is it? You know, how do I know it's good? I asked people around me, have you eaten it? They're like, they've not even heard of this name of the gobe before. But Haptel knows how many people have purchased that gobe, how frequently it's been purchased, what are the reviews of the food, and all those information. At that instance, that is valuable information to me to make an informed decision. You know, so if that data has been strategically placed for me, I'll definitely make a purchase, and that is business coming into the organization. So data really has to be treated as a strategic asset, not just a byproduct of operations or just, a necessity for operations, or just, it has to be strategically looked at and used as an asset for the business.
Thank you so much. Data has to be used as an asset. So now I'll come to my audience. Please make the microphones available. Any questions? Come on now, people, we've been having a lot of discussions. Please, questions, suggestions, anything. We have developers, companies, software producers here. So, yes, please, there's a hand here. There's a hand here and there's another hand over there, so.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Anthony, the founder of EcoBalance Africa Limited. We are a climate tech social enterprise. I really admire the conversation, especially on the data. I didn't come quite early to hear the first section of it. So on data and data interpretation, the biggest challenge we are facing, especially within the agriculture sector, is still data interpretation. And I really admire how you are presenting the chronology of it for customers to make informed decisions. Now, when we get to the agriculture sector, especially our rural folks, I feel there's a huge gap, especially language and data interpretation for farmers and the rural folk to man their own affairs when it comes to technology. There's that huge gap there. How best can we, going forward, how best can we present data that a farmer can just take his phone, either a smartphone, go on, make purchases, make payment, place his products online without getting the assistance of a tech savvy or tech inclined person? Can we do something about data interpretation to them that it will be so easy that, like you were saying, if you look on your phone, you're able to see that your Uber is about 5 minutes away. It's visible. It's able to see the car and make an informed decision on it. So in the absence of USSID approach where they have to now do the coding aspect of it, can we give them any proper data interpretation lower to their level, that when they take their phone, they are able to place an order, they are able to engage with the kind of technology and how fast technology is growing? Thank you.
That's a question.
Thank you, everyone. Good morning once more. I'm from Ghana Highway Authority. Listening to all that has been said, there's a little bit of security that I want to ask about this data thing. There was once that I placed an order with, I think, Chicken Man. Okay. I went to Google the site, and I saw that, well, this number that I can actually place the order from. Everything on that site pinpoint that this is the business address for the said company. I placed the order using the number online, only to be told that, well, I have to send the money before actually when placing the order from the app, you have to pay through the app. I was doing that and the app was not responding. That's how come I went online to fetch the information and made the payment. Later on, I was being told that the number I've sent the money to was not their number, but they have a certain number. I went looking for the CEO for the company online, found his number, I think not his number per se, but his account on LinkedIn, and sent information to him that no, on the app, they ought to have put a number there that's visible enough that as soon as you get to the app, you have any issues, you should be able to use that number to contact them. but they have a number there later, which I found out. And that number, where it's hidden, is not so visible for you to actually just like a mere click for you to get there and make your request. So it means that, as he rightly said, data is good. The translation for the data is also very good. You knowing the statistics, perhaps like knowing the vehicle is moving, knowing how many people are patronizing it, looking at the reviews, all that is good. But for the criminal, okay, it's still the same data that they use to build on their mask to get money from others. So what do we do also in this instance, please?
I think I'll pick the agriculture first, because this is a space that in Puntu we've worked in. In the area of agriculture, there's a lot of opportunity. There's a lot of opportunity. And I can say this because we have actually built a solution on data for an organization that is reaping enormous benefits in the northern sector of Ghana. Unfortunately, it's not a Ghanaian institution, right? So I know what the benefits are there. There's so many data sources when it comes to agriculture that can help farmers make more informed decisions, can help investors make more informed decisions, and also works with the entire value chain. So in this solution we provided, it's actually tackled the entire value chain all the way to the market for this institution, and they are reaping a lot of benefits. So there's a lot of muddy work in the background, but for the farmer, the communication is in a language he understands. The presentation is in a format that he can relate to. It's not, we don't necessarily have to give a farmer a mobile application to use. There are various ways of communicating with the farmer and even getting information from the farmer as well. The USSD is one, SMS is another. There are so many ways. So with the agricultural sector, there are a lot of data points in there that can help farmers make more informed and more quote-unquote intelligent decisions about their work as well. I don't know if someone else wants to come in.
Yes. So the question for the GRA gentleman, Ghana Highway Authority, it's a very good question, and that's the reason why, for me, the public key infrastructure theme also was very good. Yesterday it was very well discussed. It's unfortunate that you were, in quotes, scammed by another platform like Google. You trusted, right? But when it gets to things like this, when it gets to data, that is where we need companies or institutions like NITA. Assuming that NITA was keeping every registry of every business we have in Ghana from the Registrar General's office, and it's also connected to them. By the time you were Googling for that, there should have been something to tell you that this is the genuine business that you were dealing with. But because that is not available, what you are left with is to believe a phone number, and it's not good enough. So in the space that we play in, that's why if you look at the conversation we are having, companies like Haptel, Bolt, all of us are trying to give you that trust. But at the base level, there has to be that public institution that gives that kind of trust. If you were verifying that information from a platform powered by RGDB and then the Office of, I'm told the name has changed now, Office of Registrar, good, and then NITA. You don't even need to worry about going to LinkedIn to look for the CEO. You just go to NITA and tell NITA that, hey, this information you gave me that you said is verified, I bought something, I sent money, and this what happened. So the data is key. The people organizing the data too is good. But we need that exchange to be done quicker and give more trust to people like yourself and the public, where there's a bit of more trust in it. It's unfortunate that these things happen, but that's the next level that we have to go. The companies like Google, Haptel, Impunto, we are all trying to organize the data, but there has to be a way in which that you, the public, can trust because there is a fundamental or a base institution that we all can trust and deal with it. That's why I like the way the Ghana card is becoming a pivotal part of what we do in Ghana. Assuming that when you went there, you were able to see three information. For example, you see the digital address of Chicken Man, Pizza Man, where you thought you were buying, let's say GA with a 3 number. It tells you that there's a bit of validity to the location. If you have seen the TIN or the business identification number of that on the website that is telling you the validity of it, you would have trusted that. And let's assume that you had the supervisor or the branch manager of that, his Ghana card ID showing there. That is also a good trust that you would have had. So you would not even have to worry about that. But unfortunately, we are still in the development stages getting there. If you look at all the services now, I mean, if you can't do financial service in Ghana now without KYC with Ghana card. So we're gradually moving towards that. But to curb that, we have to move faster with we having state institutions like NITA and Office of the Companies, Registry of Companies, and everybody coming on board to give that trust. Then companies like Haptel and all of us, we have to feed on that, even with the data we've collected, to get some level of authentication from that, so that when we are the public is dealing with that data, you can trust it. We really don't need to trust the company Haptel per se, but you trust the regulator behind it, that you are seeing the one verifying all those information that you are seeing. Unfortunately, we had a lot of clients also who were duped by the same. It took a lot of public sensitization before people begin to see that if you want to buy, you can't do it like that. The second aspect of it is what you said. They had an app. Unfortunately, that comfort did also come for you from the app. The app was failing. So then we also have to, for all of us in the space, building solutions and user experiences, we have to take these things very seriously. That if there shouldn't be a way that the service fails and there's no point of support that you can contact directly within the app. It should have been that in the app, when it failed, there should have been a number, like you rightly said. You call the number and say, oh, it's okay. This same number you've called is on mobile money. When you put the money on it, the name that will come will be Chicken Man, Pizza Man. So when you see that, you get the comfort. But you dial, you give in the mobile money, and the name that showed is Patrick Asari Frimpong. How come Chicken Man, Pizza Man has changed to Patrick Asari Frimpong? But you trusted the place you got it. So that's what made it happen. So we need to remove that kind of level of trust and then help have these infrastructure in place that give the public trust. And then we also manage to do much better on the user experience around that in there.
So, Nino, so we're going to wrap up. But you give your inputs, then all of you give your inputs, then you give your closing remarks. Sorry? I say you give your inputs. If you want to have any inputs to the questions, you can give your inputs, and then you give your closing remarks. Then we'll start from you down to Patrick and Abraham.
Okay, yes. So sadly, this happens a lot, like you rightly said. Google, unfortunately, being a platform that anyone can contribute information to, can be spoofed, and you end up being none the wiser about it. So it's very important that we do have, proper governance, policies, and some level of, compliance being put in place to give us that comfort, right? So NITA has a very large, massive role to play in this drive, just like Patrick said. And that's giving us an opportunity to do a know your business and getting companies verified. You can even have maybe a phone number that is known as maybe the proprietary phone number of the company, which you can contact. You can have a very simple interface where you enter the phone number, and it does confirm that this phone number belongs to the company that you are dealing with. That alone gives you that comfort that I am interacting with a trusted institution who has data that is trusted, and the feedback I'm receiving is one that I can trust. So these are even just a simple step that could be taken, that could help, prevent some levels of fraud. Most fraud that we experience often starts from a place that we feel is, trusted, right? Oh, Google. Google has the location. Is at the location where I know it is. So I click on it, get more information about it. But that information is crowdsourced. Google doesn't know who put that information there. Google may have a few, processes in place to try and figure out whether it really belongs to you or not. But at the end of the day, they need that information as well. So they largely do accept most of the information that's being provided to them. So yes, we do need locally based, regulated solutions to ensure that trust does exist within doing business with registered businesses. Yeah. Thank you.
All right. I think my final take, what I would say is that one is that we shouldn't lose hope in the digital economy. That's why I love what click, delivery, cash. I think that our economy and Africa could catch up to the world if we really take this organization of data, and especially when we are able to get our public key infrastructure in place, where our public institutions are NITA. So I'm so happy NITA is doing this, and then all the others coming on board. When you travel to London and you use Google Maps, and you can see the difference between even Google Maps as you are using it in Ghana, as you are using it in London. The reason why is that there's a company called Transport for London, which has actually organized all the data. It's not a company for Google, but Google is able to use that to give greater and better experience to the people there. And that is what this whole thing of public key infrastructure in place does for us. If we have our national IDs done very well, if we have our registration of companies done very well, which is we can identify people well, we can identify businesses well, the infrastructure to make sure that money exchange is also secured, which Bank of Ghana is pushing and making sure that everybody is putting in place, anything can sit on it. And it will open up for the country and everyone. Like, I'm happy the entrepreneur doing agriculture. Great work that you're doing. You fit into it. There should have been a service that translates to Hausa, right? So that as you are building your solution, you don't need to now come and look for an AI. Trust me, unless Impuntu build an AI that can learn Hausa very well, we won't get any AI out there that could do proper Hausa, proper Dagbani, proper Ga than us. So if we have those infrastructure in place, it's just going to make work easy. It's going to make innovation. It's going to make people who want to innovate around all this do a lot of work. So my final is that we should push the agenda. Keep on. It's not the best yet. Yes, we have scammers coming in, fraud and all those things. But I think we have far ahead. And if we can push ourselves a bit further, we'll have a very beautiful economy.
Okay. So, and yes, Impuntu does have an AI that translates to Hausa. Yeah. But before I wrap up, just a quick point on the issue of the chicken man pays the man. So there are a lot of initiatives that are coming up to tackle some of this risk. I know the Association of Ghana Industries, in partnership with NITA and Impuntu, have also built a trust seal system, which I believe they'll be launching very soon. And that is to give consumers the assurance that whoever they're buying from is someone they can trust. So if you go online and get some information and decide to use that information without them having that trust seal, you do that at your own risk. So there's a whole framework on how these institutions are going to be vetted and assign that trust seal. Yes. But in closing, I think the e-commerce space is one that is still growing. There's a lot of innovation and advancement that's yet to be put in place in that area. And our ecosystem is ripe for it. The technology is ripe for it because we have the innovators here who can provide this type of solutions. We don't need to go out there, go look for such solutions. And for each area in there as well, each stakeholder that plays a role in this as well, there is some growth that needs to happen. And I believe strongly that data can take us a step closer to the finish line, because we shouldn't only be running risk analysis when people are going for loans. I should be able to run a risk analysis on whoever is bringing me my food, because this is something that I'm going to consume. I have to trust that the hand is going through is worthy enough to handle my food. And all this is from the data point. And we are not 10 years from there, 5 years from there. At this point, I would say we're even playing catch up. And we are playing catch up not because we do not have the skill. We do have the skill, we do have the innovation. So the different stakeholders in here have to find a way of collaborating. The systems have to be able to connect for us to ensure that the consumer is getting something that's worth their money as well. So this is what I'll close on.
All right. Thank you so much, the panel members. Let's give it up for them. So we are so grateful, Nino, Patrick, and Abraham, for this session on Click, Cash, and Delivery. And you can also approach them after we leave the stage to have any conversations. Thank you so much. My name is Kwekwenchi.
FinTech by Logistics, financing the last mile. Samuel Amano, CEO of Blue Space Africa. Please, a round of applause for the man. Well, we can do better for him. He loves the claps.
You guys are clapping like you don't have breakfast. Good morning. Clap again? That's right. But this time you're clapping for NITA and the organizers of this particular event. I think they've done a great job. It's not easy to organize any event, so you gotta be grateful. So, I'm gonna be talking about how FinTech intersects logistics. And when you hear logistics, the only thing you think about is Okada, maybe, right? The Uber driver. But logistics is more than that. It looks like, can we all come in the middle so we could pack the room a little bit? Are we good? Yeah, come forward. All right. So, a lot of you in the room know a lot about FinTech, I'm sure. I see the, officers in the room. We salute you. Logistics and FinTech actually go hand in hand. And at Blue Space, we're very grateful to be part of this event. I'm currently the Chief Servant Officer. I lead the team here in Accra, also our office in Dubai and in Nigeria. Next. Audio-visual? All right. Perfect. So what do we do at Blue Space? Everybody in Ghana now knows everything about the App Store. We are building basically the enterprise App Store for the financial service providers. So a financial service provider today is a bank, an insurance company, it's a port authority, like your ICOMs. You have basically them delivering services to their customers. So we serve them so they can serve you better. So that's what we do. And these organizations are in different categories. You have your insurance guys, your savings and loans, your credit unions, your commercial banks, development banks, stock exchanges, and central banks and tax entities. These guys are all financial service providers, right? They are very important for our market. And some of the things we do within our FinTech factory is providing them platforms so that they can serve their customers better. And we think that's very important. And we also provide the data center infrastructure needed to support those platforms. And basically, in a nutshell, we have a product delivery arm. We have an innovation hub. Also, we have some data centers that we're working with and a bunch of engineers spread around the world: Ghana, Nigeria, Dubai, London, South Africa. There are a lot of people, about 150 plus engineers within our ecosystem. So the big question about logistics and how FinTech sort of deals with it, basically, if goods can move very fast and the money and all the insurance and all the paperwork, all of them should also move at the same speed as the goods are moving, right? You can ship something and it will get to your house really quick, but then when it comes to payment and insurance, it becomes very challenging. Today, that whole journey needs to be fully integrated in the age of the African continental free trade. So that's what the big question is. The answer actually lies with all of you, the innovators. This presentation is really just to spark a conversation to get us thinking. So those of you who like building companies and software, this will give you some ideas to, hopefully join a hackathon at some point to start innovating with us. All right, so how big is the logistics ecosystem? Everybody knows about after the continental free trade, everybody's talking about it. It's a lot of buzz, right? So 1.3 billion people, right? A 3.4 economy, a trillion economy, hopefully combined GDP. But logistics is about 12 to 15% of the size of the economy that we're hoping to go after. And then digital payments within trade is actually growing. So a lot of you have heard about PAPS. There's a lot of remittance also going on. So basically, if you think about logistics, it's really the anchor behind trade, right? You can't get the goods you want if there was no logistics infrastructure in place. So look at that column, the third one, 400 to 500 billion globally. And this covers airline, vessels, right? Shipping companies, the big shipping containers that you all love. They basically, account for a lot of the trade. Basically, your whole supply chain ecosystem. But what is the problem, right? It's a big opportunity, but it's a huge problem as well. I'll start from the bottom right. We have fragmented data, right? The shipper, today, if you want to ship something, there's no one single place you can go to. If you can think about a shipping company today, or if you've shipped anything, what is that company called, if you know it, and how quickly and easily can you get data when it comes to shipping and logistics? Also, there's a challenge in getting foreign currency, right? FX. Today, if you read the news, you see that FX is a big topic. Everybody's discussing FX. It's a constraint because our currencies are very weak. And crypto has come in to save the day, right? How many of you here use crypto? Show by hands. Nobody will arrest you. It's good. All right. Also, insurance. A lot of cargo basically is being insured offshore before it gets here. So the regulator is pushing for cargo insurance, marine insurance to be done onshore. So insurance is also a big issue. Also, you have issues with dwell time. Basically, the delays goods basically stay at the port. And there's a very fancy term called demurrage. If you can spell it, please show me by hand. But basically, it's the time it takes for you to clear your cargo. It's very interesting. And then duty payment and port fees. A lot of these things are cash cows for the port operators, but for the SME who is doing business, this is a challenge for them, right? So you can see duty payments can basically erode everybody's cash flow. Then the last bit is cash on delivery, right? How many of you have ordered something from IG and the goods come to the house and then you have to pay, and the guy says, "Oh, I don't do Momo," and you don't have cash, and then there's a nice back and forth going on. It's like, okay, you know, like there's a lot of argument going on, or I don't have change, Mamin Combra, you know, all these back and forth. So cash on delivery risk is an issue, but it's happening all over Africa. Right, so whilst, you know, there's a lot of opportunity, there's still a lot of problems that we need to solve. And I think for the young people in the crowd, I want to encourage you to start thinking about how you can provide solutions to some of these things. All right. So what does a matrix of logistics look like, right? What does that world look like? So you have the importers and the exporters. So somebody can decide they're going to build a solution to solve the headache of the importer and the exporter. Another person can decide they want to work only for the freight forwarders and the brokers. Another person will come up and say, okay, I want to create a solution for the port terminals and the single window operators, right? So there's a huge opportunity. But if you look at the last mile, which is basically the micro coverage, micro advances, and the delivery protection, these are the couriers and the riders. How do you protect them? How do you give them services to help them improve their business? And then you have the marketplace guys. This is your e-commerce platforms that also need services. And then the hauliers, the guys who are basically doing haulage, they're also part of the ecosystem. You have your cold stores and your bonded warehouses, and then the air freight and ocean carriers, like a lot of people in the chain. So if we say there are no jobs, the answer is not true. There are jobs. We just have to figure out where we want to solve problems and pick one of these beautiful 8 segments and start learning about that, interning there, working through the challenges that these people are facing, and provide value. If you're yawning, you'll actually get out of my class. I saw somebody yawning. Anyway. All right, so what are the global trends affecting this ecosystem that we've talked about? So today, instant payment is the name of the game, right? People want their money now and they want it fast. So instant payments, and it's also a very powerful payment standard called ISO 20022 is emerging. Everybody by November 2025 have to be on this payment standard. It's a mandate that SWIFT has come up with. So everybody is pushing aggressively. So if I move goods and services and you want to pay me, I want to go on the ISO standard. You can Google it. If you have ChatGPT, you can quickly look at that. It's a very beautiful standard. Makes data rich. It gives a lot of details about the payment instructions that are moving on. Number 2, everybody's going e-invoicing. How many of you know in Ghana you have that blue book, VAT, when you issue an invoice, you tear that paper and you give it to someone. And when you're doing logistics and cross-border, your invoices have to be digital, right? Where it's immutable, blockchain-based, you can't change it. Today, people can alter invoices when it comes to import-export. But if it's blockchain-based, nobody can alter it. So that's another global trend. The single windows are also becoming more connected. These are your companies handling the import duty payments and port operations at the ports. And then we have telematics and IoT, basically putting sensors on cargo ships, on bikes, to basically get more data. How long is it the trip? Where's my cargo? How do you find where your luggage is, your cargo is? Basically, IoT will give you some of those. And then we're looking at traceability and sustainability. That's a very, very big trend as well. Again, use your ChatGPTs or your Perplexities to, pick out some of these facts. You can take photos if you want to learn more. And then there are platforms that are being built. So these are all the global trends that are happening, right? Now, how does AI fit into the logistics problem, right? Today, the logistics ecosystem is inundated with paper, a lot of paper. And we think the emergence of AI is going to change the game, right? How many of you have heard of AI if you're in the room? Show by hands. You've not heard of AI? The officers, have you heard of AI? AI, yes. It's not just for quick searches. You can do more things, magic with it. So AI, for document AI, basically OCR, capturing all the content on the paper and making sense of it. Forecasting, risk and credit scoring, paramedic claims, co-pilots are being created, and fraud detection is being also created. So AI is a big deal. It's a huge, huge deal. So those of you who love technology, you can embed AI into logistics as well. These are some of the areas you can start looking into. All right, so the big question, how does fintech officially intersect with logistics? So this is where our AI fintech factory comes in, right? How does fintech unlock the flow of logistics? So there are a couple of fintech areas that I think everybody in the room will be happy to know about. The first one, obviously, is the instant payment services. Today in Ghana, everybody does mobile money. You can basically embed mobile money into anything tied to the delivery events for secure transactions. Then you have embedded insurance. Today in Ghana, insurance is happening very manually, right? It's not embedded. Imagine if you're at the store and you're buying something and say, okay, I want to get a new phone. Please add insurance to it for me. Quickly you can do that. Or you buying an airline ticket and you want to add insurance for your travel insurance. Today you can do embedded as well. Or you're shipping your cargo and you want to add insurance to it. Real time, you can get the booking, the quotes, and you can embed insurance in everything you do. Then you have the port finance, duty and port charge financing. This is huge, right? Not everybody has money to pay their duty. If you import goods from China and you're short on cash, and somebody said, hey, Chalemebo Busia, right? 250,000 CDs, come and pay later. But they don't trust you, right? Nobody trusts you to pay back. So you have the bonded warehouse system in place. You have cargo stock. You need cash to pay for it. Financing is something that is happening now. It's very, very new. Then you have your FX. How do you get foreign exchange in a very good, effective way with transparency built into it? And then lastly, shared KYC and AML can be built. So imagine if you're a fintech and you've decided to pick one of these areas, your fintech proposition is going to be very, very exciting, right? So there are opportunities, and I want to encourage everybody to look at how they can be part of this fintech boom within logistics and trade. All right, so one of the areas that we as Blue Space are building, solutions, we've looked at something we call Blue Shield. That's our answer to insurance, right? It's a platform that you can build on top of it. Now, if you embed Blue Shield into the logistics ecosystem, basically you can do goods in transit, marine and air cover, real time. It's a platform that we have built. It's available today. If you're interested, we could demo it for you at some point. So who wins? The shippers, the haulage guys, the carriers, the insurers, the customs, everybody wins, right? Because fewer cargo losses. If there's an issue, insurance will cover that. But a lot of people don't have knowledge of how insurance really works. So this is something we're answering to. The second thing we're looking at is basically the lending aspect, right? How do we work with the banks to embed lending propositions into the logistics ecosystem? So short-term finances for duties, taxes, and terminal charges, right? These are things that if services become rapidly available, everybody will be happy and have cash flow. So who wins in that? The SME guy wins, the port guy wins because they get the money instantly. You don't have to worry about delays and bonded warehouse issues. So Blue Cash is also the platform. It's basically a lending ecosystem that we're building. Any bank can plug into that to be able to offer lending at scale. All right, so here's a story, what I call the FinTech Tales. So this is a user story, right? Ama Foods basically wants to ship goods from Tema to Abidjan. How many of you know what Ama should do? What are the steps Ama should take? This is a problem, right? Because Ama now will be dealing with the duties, the cargo insurance. Ama will be dealing with late payments from the buyer of her goods. Ama will also be dealing with FX issues because now you have to convert CD to CFA, right? Because Ghana and Abidjan are two separate ecosystems in terms of currency. Well, AMA could go through perhaps maybe PAPS, but that process is also very, very interesting, right? It works on the back end, but on the front end, AMA would have to deal with a lot of paperwork. So imagine if there was a platform in place for AMA. AMA's life would be transformed. One platform that AMA can go on. AMA can book her logistics. AMA can now basically get all the goods in transit, the GIT cover, upon exit when the goods leave the warehouse. AMA can now also get the duty payment in Abidjan, already financed. AMA doesn't have to worry about that. Then when AMA gets paid, AMA will now sort out whoever financed AMA. AMA has cash flow at this point, right? So AMA's foods business will now thrive. Basically, no delay in clearing her goods. The insurance will be covered. The goods, reduction in terms of cost of basically goods, and then the working capital will be freed up as well for AMA. So that's a very simple SME issue. This may be you shipping something from Ghana to Nigeria, Ghana to Benin, Ghana to Gambia, and the headache you have to go through today is immense. But it's an opportunity for you to look into this, building technology together. So the second fintech tales I want to share is Medics Wholesale, right? These guys are into drug business. They love drugs, right? But vaccine, don't get me wrong, very good business. So this logistics journey is Accra to Kumasi and Takoradi. How many of you know there are certain things when you're moving, you need to have them in cold storage, else it will go bad? No hands? Wow, I thought everybody needed this answer. How many of you know that there are certain products when you're moving has to be in cold storage? Show my hands in my class. All right. So, Medics Wholesale is a very classic problem that a lot of people are dealing with, right? So it could be agricultural products, it could be your tomatoes, it could be food items, but this use case is really about vaccine. So it has to be in cold storage. Now, temperature breaks will kill everything, so which means that particular client has to be insured. True or false, right? They have to be insured. Also, the fuel issues. Basically, if you're going from Accra to Kumasi or Takoradi, you have to have enough fuel in your system, in your vehicle. Also, paperwork, right? There's a lot of paperwork that goes into this. And if by any chance there's a waste of these goods, what do you do to salvage it, right? So these are all the problems they have to think about. So the solution is basically a parametric cold chain cover. This is an insurance policy that this particular Medics Wholesale company could use. If it's a rider doing the last mile, small rider advance at dispatch, right? Because they need some cash in hand to buy fuel. How many of you have spoken to your Uber guy before and said, oh, I ran out of fuel. Boss, I can't come, I'm canceling. I don't have fuel. It's never happened to any of you, I know that. But it happens. The other bit is escrow release on delivery, right? So that's a service that this Medics Wholesale could basically subscribe to. The last is basically auto claim for temperature and delay breaches. Now, these are all insurance covers and financial services, but it protects somebody like a Medics Wholesale. So if you decide to run a company in this segment, in healthcare logistics, there's a lot of things you will need from the financial services. So that's another fintech use case that we can look into. So what is NITA's role in all of this, right? I think talk is cheap. If NITA wants to create that momentum and be part of the ecosystem, then we need to have some standards, right? NITA is the one that is going to orchestrate this holistic ecosystem. We also need a sandbox for the ecosystem to start building software and building use cases that we could basically try things out in a safe, regulated environment. A lot of the guys' previous panel talked about data. We need compliant data sharing, right? How are we going to get data access? That's something that is very key for NITA to quickly work on. And also a developer program that can help the ecosystem grow. Basically, NITA is our big boss. They need to create the environment for us to build services together. All right, I'm not going to bore you. There's something we've done locally for the logistics sector, basically providing insurance across all of MTN's network on star 170. Basically, we're inviting all the insurance companies. This product is live. It's on the star 170 and also on WhatsApp. Anyone can get access to insurance for their vehicle, regardless of where you are. If you don't have internet or you have internet, you should be able to do that. So this service is allowing users of owners of vehicle to go on star 170, USSD, WhatsApp, web app, and soon the MTN mobile app to be able to subscribe to insurance from your favorite choice insurance provider. You don't have to be stuck with one. So if you go on star 170, go to the menu, financial services, be insured, you should be able to see that there. And this will scale across all the MTN opcos hopefully soon. All right, so call to action, again, a pilot of sort, some hackathon series of sort. We can pick one area to look at and then work towards it. This is something we're inviting any innovator to join the Blue Space team and NITA to look at bringing innovation to logistics. Essentially, what we're trying to do is to build a revenue infrastructure so that businesses can make money and we give them all the tools they need to make it happen. Some of our young people that are building with us, and I'm very, very passionate about the young people in the room, so you're all my friends automatically. You're welcome to Blue Space and what NITA is doing. Thank you very much. I think I'm done. Two questions, easy ones, please. Don't ask me hard ones. Second question. If you didn't understand anything I said, please see me in the back. Talking to you. Our philosophy is a marketplace philosophy, right? So we don't lock. We're exposing financial services across all providers to the market, right? So if you want access to Enterprise or Glyco or Hollard on this side of the trade, we should be able to give you access to all the APIs to do that.
So on that, given the fact that this is a cross-border solution, what is the extent of your insurance?
So insurance is typically domestic, and if you want to do cross-border, you have reinsurance companies that can help you.
Yes.
So let's say you're moving goods from Accra to Abidjan, right? Let me use the Abidjan example. You have Sanlam here in Ghana, you have Sanlam in Abidjan. We should be able to have both sides available because you're insuring only one leg, right? The sending side. The receiving side gets to the port, somebody else has to insure from that leg onwards.
So we are looking at both at road, sea, and air, right? Mostly what you spoke about was air cargo and sea cargo. Do you also provide road cargo? For example, if we are sending something from Ghana to Abidjan, it can go by road. So is that also covered
Yes,
under
we
your
talked
solution?
about the Accra, Kumasi, Accra, Takrady use case. It's
No.
by road. So you could,
Cross-border.
yes. So
Okay.
from the sending side to the port of receipt, that's one leg. And then from the port to the destination, it's another leg. So if we are plugged in on the other side, you should be able to, from the platform, choose both sides and ensure for your participant, your customer.
Okay.
You should be able to do that.
Okay, now my second question, you made a little comment about PAPs. I want to know what kind of payments you use for, so in our case, we are going to make sure that the person in Ghana is paying in cedis, the person in Nigeria is receiving in Naira. So how would you approach that?
So PAPS is definitely a fantastic idea. We love PAPS. Actually, PAPS is a customer of ours. We work with them, and I think the next gentleman who's going to be speaking is from PAPS, David. So a lot of the payments today was going through SWIFT before PAPS came on the scene, right? Mobile money cross-border is also happening in some jurisdictions. We believe bank-based, local currency-based payments will be the best way to go. So I would subscribe to a PAPS solution.
Okay, and with the PAPS solution, no, I would just ask that to the person who comes to talk about PAPS, so that's fine. Thank you.
Okay. So for those of you who don't know what PAPS is, it's a Pan-Africa payments and settlement system. This helps central banks to basically, PAPS becomes a referee to negotiate between central banks on the sending side and then the receiving country so that you can exchange goods and services in local currencies. Prior to PAPS, everybody had to deal with dollars, right? And so they are lowering the cost of transaction, the cost of settlement for things to basically move faster. Instead of 3 days in moving money across borders, you could do it quicker within a day. Any other questions, please? Okay, if you don't mind me, I'm done. Thank you. 100%. Papa has a question for me.
So my question for you has to do with the Gen Zs here who don't even know they want to get into fintech or not. So you have 2 minutes to pitch why they need to seriously start looking at fintech options and the opportunities that are available for them. Some think that tech is still just coding. What's a Gen Z?
So I'm a Gen Z. Perhaps is a Gen Z. No, we're not Gen Zs. Okay. So basically, if you're Gen Z and you're wondering what is fintech and what's all this money conversation, crypto is basically, blockchain is the future of financial services, right? Stable coins are here to stay. People are moving money back and forth across different borders. I would encourage you to go on our website. We have a program for Gen Zs called FinSoft Tech Fellow, right? So you want to basically intern with us and learn anything you want to learn about financial services, how mobile money works, how blockchain works, how AI works, how AI and blockchain talk to each other. All these services could be rendered so you can learn. You could give you projects to do, hackathons to participate in. So that's one. Number two, money touches everything. Money touches education. Money touches healthcare. We've talked about logistics. It touches agriculture. So if you learn financial services or fintech, finance and tech, you are likely to have a job faster than the guy who doesn't know anything about finance, right? Gone are the days where you go to school and study accounting and you are hoping to be an accountant. AI is coming to disrupt a lot of these things. But fintech is a very unique area. If you have the skills, chances are you will not be disrupted very quickly. At least I'll give you to 2050. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sam. And for those who it's still not resonated with, if you're still in school and you're having to go to a bank to go and pay your hostel fees so you can bring a receipt to come and show that you've paid, you have to know that when fintech works well, all those things will be in the past. You should be able to sit at home, take out your mobile phone, and get these things done to make things more efficient. We have a speaker who's coming in through the airwaves, through the internet. And if we can show him on the screen, we can get to him. Beautiful. So, ladies and gentlemen, David Olatunde is an associate business and product development for PAPS. And he's going to talk about the rail for instant cross-border payments under AFCFTA. David, are you online?
Hello?
Yeah, David, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
You okay? I can hear you. Can we give him a bit more volume from his side?
Hello?
Yes, David, just a moment. David, can you say hello again?
Hello?
Wonderful. Wonderful. I think we can all hear him, right? Awesome. David, you have the floor. 15 minutes.
All right. Thank you very much. Let me introduce myself. Please confirm you can hear me.
Loud and clear.
I can't hear you.
We can hear you loud and clear.
All right. Thank you very much. Everyone, my name is David Olatunde. I'm responsible for business development in West African Anglophone region for PAPS. And I'll be taking you through this lecture, the rail for instant cross-border payments under make Ghana regional payment system, right? Now, in Nigeria, what happens across Africa is that we have different payment systems, right? There's no single unified financial market infrastructure that connects this regional payment system, right? So what we are trying to do is perhaps should be in the middle, connect all these payment systems, and then we can achieve interoperability across the various regions in Africa, right? And one of the key things is lack of interoperability. As it stands today, let's say you have an account with Access Bank Nigeria. Before today, if you have an Access Bank account in Nigeria, you cannot say, oh, I want to send to a UBA account in Ghana, right? Or let's say you have a Bloom Bank account in Liberia, you can't say, I want to send money to someone with Bank of Africa in Ghana instantly without leaving the shores of Africa. So one of the key things is we are bringing all the banks together. We are bringing the fintechs also, and we are making sure there's interoperability across Africa. Also, there has been issues of high dependency on foreign currency, right? Before PAPS, there's every transaction has to go through two phases of dependency on USD. So what PAPS is trying to do is minimize the high dependency on foreign currency. And like I said earlier, before PAPS, what happens is that all these funds have to go outside of Africa. If you are sending money from Ghana to Nigeria, or Ghana to Cote d'Ivoire, or from Ghana to Cameroon, or from Ghana to any other country, you have to go through the correspondent bank outside of Africa. And Africa has lost about 4 billion when it comes to this correspondent bank. So what PAPS is trying to do is eliminate this or significantly reduce this, right, across board. Next page, please. Now, what are the effects of, and how is all these issues that I mentioned earlier, the lack of interoperability and integration, you cannot see, the likes of Flutterwave, we are able to send to BOA, you are able to send to G Money in Ghana easily. Why we are unable to do that easily is because of lack of interoperability and integration, right? You are unable to send from your MTN Momo wallet to the likes of to a bank account to your friend in Nigeria outside before PAPS, right? Those are issues of lack of interoperability that PAPS is here to solve. And what is causing this? What is the vicious effect that this lack of interoperability are causing? People are going to highly depend on foreign currency. There's going to be high cost because when funds have to move out from Ghana outside to US before it comes back to an African country, there's a high cost to that because those banks outside Africa will need a cost. They are not there for the purpose of pleasure. There's a cost to that. So there's also delays, right? What happens is somebody in Accra that is doing his trade and wants to send money to Africa, Nigeria, for example, or Sierra Leone, for example, he has to wait for those funds to come back, right? Instead of doing some trade that would give him more money. So what PAPS is here to do is make sure that there's no delays and those payments are instant. Now, what are all these issues that we are speaking about has led to prevalence of informal cross-border trade, right? That's why we have people going to borders to send their money, and also there's compliance issues, and there's, like I said earlier, the banks and people have lost about a large. In fact, Africa as a whole has lost about 4 billion in currency to offshore banks outside Africa. So PAPS is here to solve that. Next page. Now, like I said, this is the normal before advent of PAPS. This is how payments will be. Let's say I have an Access Bank account account in Nigeria and I want to send to UBA Ghana, or let's say I want to send to GCB Ghana, right? For example, I will need to have my dollars before I go to the bank. The money goes to another correspondent bank. It goes to another correspondent bank that is owned by GCB before I'm able to receive my money in GCB. So what PAPS is saying is that let's remove this payment system, this payment landscape. Let's be able to send money from your MTN wallet. Let's be able to send money easily from your bank account so another bank account in Africa within 120 seconds without delay. This that payment landscape that is being shown here, there's a lot of delay, there's a lot of reliance on FX, there's a lot of cost, and there's a lot of unpredictability. There's payment delays that could happen, and is highly inefficient. Next page. So what we are saying is that let's perhaps be in the middle, and you are able to send and receive funds. Next page, please. Right? Let perhaps be in the middle, and you're able to send money from a sender to a receiver. So what we are saying is from your GCB mobile app, you are able to send to somebody in Polaris Bank in Nigeria. You're able to send to Bloomberg, Bloom Bank in Sierra Leone. You're able to send from your app to an account in Malawi, for example. So what we are trying to create is interoperability, instant payment, and free flow of payments within Africa. Next page, please. I think I mentioned about that. So our key stakeholder is the central bank, the switches, the commercial bank, and the fintechs and PSPs. Next page. Now, how can you access PAPS today, right? Why do you have to use PAPS, or how can you access PAPS, right? PAPS can be used for low value currencies, high value currencies, and mid value currencies, right? How can you access PAPS today? You can access it on your bank's mobile app. For example, in the likes of GCB Ghana, the likes of UBA, the likes of Zenith Bank have it in their channels, and you can easily access it. Aside from the branches, we have about 20 banks in Ghana that you can go to their branches, and we have people that have all it on their mobile app or their online banking, and you can access it through that also. We have fintechs that can put PAPs on their payment gateway. We have PAPs can be put on the agency banking, the digital platform, QR code, digital wallet, and mobile money, right? So we are also powering the infrastructures of many of these payment systems to make sure to make cross-border payments. So what can you use PAPs for? B2B payments, B2C payment. You want to make more from one person to the other, P2P, wallet to wallet, maybe from your MTN mobile money wallet to a bank account in Nigeria, or another bank account in Guinea, or maybe a bank account in Kenya. Maybe you want to send money from Ghana to Kenya KCB account. All that is possible. You can also do salary payout, wallet to bank account, bank to wallet. All that are available, and PAPS has made that available to the banks and to also the fintechs also. Next page, please. So like I said, for example, here, this is a standard case of a P2P. Somebody is sending money from Mozambique to Ghana, to his brother that lives in Ghana, and he's able to do it instantly. And the pod is able to receive it through his commercial bank, maybe his account with a commercial bank. Next page. The next page will be showing us the person to business. So you want to pay for your bill. Maybe you are in Nigeria, for example, and you want to pay your bill in Ghana. As long as the fintech has enabled that, it is possible. In this case, we have uh, Egypt, someone in Egypt that wants to send money to his 3 kids that they want to pay for electricity bill, and that is a use case from a person to business, right? Next page. So PAPS also allows for salary payments. Also, it also allows for B2B payments, right? Across board. Next page. Now, one of the key things across payment is, how can I secure my money? How can I know that, oh, if I send this money, it's going to get there? So what PAPS has done regarding compliance and security is include infrastructures in that our infrastructure that will make sure that those payments get there. We have also what we have is we've implemented things that will stop terrorism, fraud, and such like. In next page, please, to make sure that that is not being done. Fraudulent activities and terrorism is not being carried out on the platform. Next page, please. So we have the likes of World Check on our platform. We have the AML and fraud monitoring solutions that will make sure that there's no fraud happening, and we are also compliant with different ISO standards, and we are certified also. Also, we also work with the central bank to also give us their dynamic list of of people for screening and for screening also. Now, next step, please. Next page. Now, what are the benefits to people like yourself when it comes to PAPS? Instant payments. Our SLA is 120 seconds for moving from one bank to the other. There are two parties involved. So you effect payments in local currency, and also um, you have an idea of when your money will get to where you want it to be. Next page. So what are the PAPS footprints? We are next page. We have 18 countries. We have over 150 commercial banks. Um, that PAPS has signed with all these commercial banks. So you're able to terminate to about 150 commercial banks. Next page. We have 18 commercial banks. We have 14 switches who help with interconnectivity. In Ghana, for example, we have the GIPS. We have 150. We have 150 commercial banks. But we also have two large fintechs that help us with that are working with us. So 18 are able to send funds across this our network. Next page, please. Now, that all that and I have been speaking about is majorly for individuals and a bit of corporate that want to send. That's our first product called the instant payment system that will help with instant payment, right? Also, we have another product called the African Currency Marketplace that helps with large value corporates that want to move funds across Africa, right? They want to repatriate money from one African country to the other within Africa, right? They want to move large funds. And how does it work? Next page, please. Let me just go straight. Please, next page. Let me go straight to the point. Next page. Next page, please. So this platform is a dedicated platform that is order book driven, right? We trusted. So what happens is that we bring corporates in the system that we verified, and what happens is that we bring them, we onboard them, and they are able to match different African currencies. game where we try to move their from Naira, for example, to Ghana cedis, our students from Ghana cedis to Nigeria, how much do you want to move funds, right? If the rate is the same thing and we work together with them, they can move these large value transactions and then they can to any bank of their choice once the funds are in. Next page. So this I'm going to be giving an example of the use case. Use case in this our product marketplace. We have the Kenya Airways who are sold tickets in Nigeria. Corporates will do is they will deposit funds, NGNKES, they will state their offer, and then what happens is that they are able to match this thing, if their offer is the same, right? So what happens is that the deposit that Dangote has put on the marketplace will go to Kenya Airways, and the deposit that Kenya Airways has bottom will go to Dangote. So this product is specifically for large value currency. So for large value transactions and majorly for corporate, right? So this is a classic example of this. This is a product for corporate customers. Next. So what are the currencies available on marketplace for corporate who want to use that? We have the likes of Evolve, owned by the Western African countries, Benin, Cameroon, Central African Republic, Chad, Republic of Congo, Equatorial Guinea, and we have the ZAR, we also have Ghana cedis, we have Kenyan cedis, we have Nigerian naira, Malawi, Mozambique, MZN, Mozambique Mexico, Rwanda franc, Botswana Pala, Egyptian pound, Zambian kwacha, Ghana cedis, and Uganda cedis, right? So across marketplace, what we help corporate to match, we help corporate businesses to match different African currencies. Those that want to do large value transactions, while we use our instant payment system for instant payments, maybe you want to move money from one country to the other instantly. While this product marketplace is built for large value transactions. Next page, please. Now, what do we believe? What do we believe that our marketplace will assist organizations 100% in local currencies? No need for hard currency like USD, GBP, nothing like that. We're able to repatriate blood funds from the places that are struggling with currency, repatriation. People choose their offers and full transparency and compliance and more affordable transaction fees. Next page, please. Now, what are the eligibility criteria for participants in marketplace, right? For if you remember, instant payment system is for everyone as long as you have an account or you have a fintech. Instant payment is for you, but for marketplace is for corporate. So we bring corporate users, people that have footprints in different African countries that want to move, that have trades that want to move from one African currency to the other. They want to repatriate to money for across Africa. They have needs. They want to expand. We do that for corporate. We also have the transacting partner agents, the financial institution, the organization that have financial institution that want to make a play on PAP's marketplace. And we have the referral partner agents, people who identify and recruit corporates and that want to use that they can bring them on board. So those are the three eligibility criteria for participating on marketplace. But however, for our instant payment system, everybody is eligible to come and participate, right? Through your commercial banks, through your MTN Momo, through your fintech, you can come and participate and send funds. So that will be all. I will also be showing you. I think I will be displaying myself the live banks. Uh, I will be sharing my screen to show the live banks myself, uh, live banks. So in Nigeria, for example, we have 23 banks. You can see it on the screen. You have First Bank, UBA, Access Bank. We have 23 banks you can terminate to. Like I said earlier, in Ghana, you can walk into any of these 19 banks that you want to send and receive you want to receive. GCB has their mobile app, UMB has their mobile app, Zenny Bank has their internet banking, UBA also has their AI chat box that you can use to send money through your WhatsApp, through your Facebook. You're able to send money across board, right? You have Fidelity Bank who have their Access Bank also have their their internet banking, right? In Sierra Leone, we have the likes of UBA, we have Access Bank, Bloom Bank, Rockel, GTB, all plugged into our instant payments, and you're able to send and receive funds in Africa to this. In Liberia, we have 8 banks. IBL, SIB, EcoBank, UBA, Bloom Bank, GTB, Afriland of Liberia, In Gambia, we have about 6 banks also. We have Zimbabwe. In Zimbabwe, we have banks. In Zimbabwe, we have Guinea. We have Djibouti. We have all these banks in Kenya. We have in Kenya. We have Zambia. All this we have in Rwanda. We have in Malawi. So all these banks are part of PAPS, and you're able to send and receive funds through our instant payment system with an SLA of 120 seconds. Thank you very much. I don't know if there are any questions for me, or if if anybody would has any contribution also. Thank you very much. I stand by. If there's any question, I don't know if I can't hear anything.
We'll go for a quick 10-minute break. After that, there's parallel work. Okay. There'll be a parallel working session when we come back. Just quick 10 minutes. There'll be a parallel working session when we come back. And when we come back, there are 2 tracks. Hello? The first one is on track A, which is on e-commerce, trust and growth playbook for marketplaces. They will move on that side. And so we'll have the 2 sessions in here. And then track B, digital payments, which is going to be running through cost of running the payments, identity KYC, current checkout and payment inhibitors, the last mile, and so Okay. So for those who were not here yesterday, we have to do the listening check. Remember the listening check from yesterday? Okay, let's see if some people remember it. Can we all stand up, please? Because the next moderator, if she comes up and you people don't listen to her, she will fight me later. Need to make sure we don't have any problems. All right, so very simple instruction. If I say left, you move one to the left. If I say right, you move two to the right. Is that okay? Very simple instruction. Now, before you come on this stage, you can all see. You come down the stairs, you take a right, you come to the stage, you take another right, and then maybe a left, right? Okay. If you're going back out, you go down, you take a left, and then a right. Interesting. I see very few people have paid attention to the instruction. Some are still using instructions from yesterday, but that's okay. So when I say left, you go left once. When I say right, you go right what? Twice. Some were listening. But I think everybody's ready now. Thank you. Give yourselves a round of applause. To drive our last panel home, we have Florence Ajayo, who is the head of corporate for NITA. And the discussion is around collaborative regulation. Now, if you've worked for the public service like I have before, or if you're in this modern day Ghana, or if you understand our ecosystem, then even though the two words collaborative regulation sound like very simple words, you understand that that collaboration is a very complicated word. So hopefully, by the time you are done, we'll see how we can collaborate better to ensure that we have a regulated ecosystem. So please, with a round of applause, let's welcome Florence Ajayo as she moderates the last panel for the day. Hey, some of you, the way you are clapping, I don't know whether it's that you like Florence or you like the fact that it's the last panel of the day and that you are closer to lunch. But it is well, it is good. Thank you, Florence.
Good afternoon. Thank you for staying with us till this point. Like Papa said, my name is Florence Ajayo. On behalf of the organizers of this National ICT Week, I welcome you to the discussion on collaborative regulations for e-commerce. E-commerce, as we all know, is the fastest growing sector in Ghana. However, it is laced with a lot of challenges, both from regulation, data protection, product standards, and cybersecurity. To help me address this issue with the panel this afternoon, please, with a round of applause, help me welcome onto the stage Mr. Musa Issa from the National Information Technology Agency. Mr. Issa, please, you're welcome. With another round of applause, please let's welcome Mr. Joseph Asari and then Mr. Stephen Kujoseshi from Cybersecurity Authority. A round of applause, please. Please, let's keep clapping as it makes it. Thank you very much, and welcome to this final panel discussion for the day. Today we'll be looking at collaborative regulations. And those who know the Ministry of Communication, we are very much aware that these two agencies represented here are under the Ministry of Communication, and they are also helping us in various ways to make our e-commerce simple and secured with clear regulations and processes. So first to Mr. Musa, please. Can you please introduce yourself to our audience as we go into the discussion, please?
Thank you for giving me this opportunity to interact with the stakeholders. My name is Musa Issa, Head of Regulatory NITA. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Stephen Kujoseshi. I work with the Cybersecurity Authority as the Deputy Director General in charge of technical operations.
Thank you very much. Thank you. A round of applause, please. Okay. Thank you for making time to be with us. We've been discussing e-commerce, trust, security, I think from day one, PKI. We've looked at all those frameworks and tools that will help us have secured and safe transactions on the internet. But this afternoon, we are looking at collaborative regulations. As the MC said, working in the public sector is very difficult for agencies to collaborate for a common goal. But as we are looking at the way technology is going and operations are going, there is a need for collaboration between government agencies. Mr. Musa, startups often say that there is no specific portal to go to for clear guidance and information on what is required when it comes to e-commerce. From as a regulator or as a head of regulations with the National Information Technology Agency, can you help us understand if there are simplified ways to check or a checklist for a startup to verify if they are following the right process, adhering to the needs and then the regulations of the system?
Thank you very much. First of all, let's look at the role of NITA. NITA, as we are all aware, is a regulator of ICTs. And our mandate is to ensure standardization, ensure quality of ICTs, as well as quality of ICT services. And to do this, we are conditioned to collaborate and to ensure that processes are simplified for all to comply with. Indeed, the startup environment need other enablement. For instance, the legal environment for startup must be clearly defined. This is an area that the ministry has taken upon itself to come out with a startup law, and that will take into account how the processes involved in starting up a startup. However, our processes at NITA to enhance digital processes is also to support in this regard. And we normally collaborate among sector players to address the challenges of the ICT, which is the issues of security, issues of privacy, issues of technology itself, as well as digital literacy. So in an attempt to do all these things, all other sector players, we collaborate with them to be able to align their processes just to enhance users or adopters. And through this, we have developed frameworks. We have embarked on education, as well as having systems or portals to address issues of startups. First of all, relying on the act that is expected to be launched by close of the year. The bill is being reviewed. We'll create that environment for startup to operate. But for now, we have have other institutions under the ministry that is supporting in this regard. For instance, the Accra Digital Center is there to bring up startups and release them into the environment. That is what is being done now. But NITA's role is to ensure that the processes are made simple and codified. And these are the frameworks we are engaging with our stakeholders to ensure that it is done, and that has culminated into the act being developed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Musa. I will go to Mr. Seshi. On the theme for this year's National ICT Week is Ghana as Digital Trade Hub for Africa. The question is, what are the measures being put in place to secure, to secure consumers in the face of scamming and all those kind of incidents that are reported from time to time across border, not only within Ghana, but between Ghana and other neighboring countries? Does the Cybersecurity Authority have any framework in place or regulations in place, or do they collaborate with sister institutions in those other countries? And if they do, how is that done?
All right, thank you for the question. So yes, indeed, we collaborate. In fact, one of our key mandates is around what we call international cooperation. And so that is in recognition of the fact that cybersecurity is a borderless conversation. So as you rightly highlighted, scams can emanate from one country and target our citizens. And so within the Cybersecurity Authority, when it comes to responding to threats or responding to incidents like what would typically affect an online user or an e-commerce customer, we have what we call the Computer Emergency Response Team, or CERT for short. So at the national level, we have that mechanism, and that mechanism is for us to receive reports and then action them in terms of being able to guide whoever the victim is, and also respond in terms of if the systems involved are in our jurisdiction, we're able to apply technical measures as well. And so you'd find that within the sub-region and beyond, and in fact across the world, nations have similar teams. And so one of the levels of cooperation is between the various computer emergency response teams. So to give an example, for example, when we have some of the scams from the sub-region, we're able to pick up a phone and just call our counterparts there. So, well, we've seen this. Do you know about it? And usually that's one way you can get information on what the threat is actually designed to look like, and then what you should do to respond to it. There are other bodies we engage, for example, Interpol. Interpol is very active when it comes to fighting cybercrime, and we are very involved in a lot of the activities they carry out. If you've been monitoring the news, this past week, they've reported an operation they've done last year, Serengeti. Over 1,200 suspects are arrested across Africa. So that's the level it is at. At the world level, you also have another association called the Forum for Incident Response and Security Teams. That also gives us a lot of threat intelligence in terms of what is going on and how to respond. And so we have all these layers of cooperation that allow us to tackle the issue of cybercrime.
So in summary, there is a relationship between similar organizations across the border, like the Interpol and other security agencies. Still on cybersecurity issues, how easy is it for the Cybersecurity Authority to send alerts, like scam alerts, to end users so that they will be aware of certain sites that they are visiting or transactions that they are carrying out online, that they may not fall victim to these scammers? How does the Cybersecurity Authority go by that in alerting end users or consumers?
All right, so we use a number of channels. We have our own social media channels. We have our website. We have collaborations with the media from time to time, where we are able to use radio and TV. The information we gather, we make sure that at least on a monthly basis, there will be what we call a public alert. And that public alert is based on analysis of the calls we get. We have what we call a point of contact, which is where the public is able to engage us. It has a short code 292. I don't know whether your technical team has my slide, but there's a slider to show all the contact numbers. Okay, good, it's up there. So 292 for both voice and SMS. You have a WhatsApp line 050-160-3111. There's an email line. On the website as well, you have a form. So on a weekly basis, you're looking somewhere between 400 to 500 calls that's coming, reporting various kinds of issues. On the average, you're looking around 20 to 25% that are actually incidents. And then out of that, you can then begin to establish patterns. So on a monthly basis, you'd find that we'll publish an alert, which is very simple. It's a one-pager to give you a background. This is the kind of scam or issue. This is how you recognize it, giving you the specific features or the tactics that the threat actors are using. And then the final part will show you how to avoid it or how to respond if you're a victim. And that's one of the major things we do. If there are things that happen, let's say, out of the norm before the month ends, we use the social media platforms, whether it's LinkedIn or Facebook, Instagram. We'll put a one-pager or a short flyer there for you to be able to pick up. So I've shared handles as well. So the advice is follow it. And if you have anything, just call 292, 24/7. Someone is there to pick up and give you advice. I mentioned earlier that just about 20 to 25% are incidents. The remainder are actually people just asking questions for advice. So if you're not sure about something, just call. We'll help you. We'll look at whatever site or resource you're not sure about and give you advice.
Thank you very much. So by way of information, behind us is projected the contact details for Cybersecurity Authority. In case you experience any form of scam or anything that is of worry to you, please feel free to contact them. And secondly, we'll be taking questions and answers. So kindly note down your questions. When it's time, I will let us know, then we can take the microphone and ask our questions. Coming back to the panel, Mr. Musa, I would like to know from you, how is NITA collaborating with the NIA when it comes to identification? Because we've been talking about trust for the past 3 days, and identification is always in the center of trust. How is the National Information Technology Agency collaborating with NIA to make sure that e-commerce businesses and users are able to verify the identity of the people they are interacting with or transacting businesses with?
Thank you very much. Presently, we are collaborating with NIA to provide them the digital trust infrastructure for them to do their verification activities. And this is, we have designated them as a CA, Certificate Authority. We are rolling out this infrastructure to be throughout the country. One, setting up the CAs and NIA using the CA infrastructure to do the verification. Again, we are collaborating with them to roll out digital signatures that will also give the citizens the ability to be verified with their signatures. That is also a power that has been that will give citizens or the e-commerce players the ability to do their verification. This process will enable individuals as well as the institutions to verify, to do their verification, and to also enhance their interaction with other players online. So far, this is what we are doing. We are preparing grounds to be able to accredit more CAs as well as roll out digital signature for everybody. Thank you.
I would like to add another layer to this particular discussion, the issue of affordability. Because when you're trying to verify an identity from NIA, there is an element of cost. So I don't know if it's within the remit of NITA, but what is NITA doing about as a regulator to ensure that people fully participate in e-commerce and other digital transactions? How are we trying to bring down costs for this electronic KYC to be done affordably?
Yes, it's a matter of economic principles. They say demand and supply situation. As at now, our collaboration with NIA has enhanced the eKYC. As we expand the access to verification infrastructure, the cost will come down. And we do this with NIA as our main stakeholder in this regard. So when we roll out this digital identity infrastructure, the cost will definitely come down because the individual players will have the power to be verified through their digital signature. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is some form of good news to the SMEs and even to individuals. Cybersecurity, the issue of security for SMEs, one of the objectives of this conference is to encourage SMEs to conduct digital business like e-business and migrate their physical businesses onto a digital market. What are the expectations of security? Let's say security infrastructure or software, whatever it is that they need to put in place that will make their platform secured or their transactions secured, which will not increase their cost of operation. What are those kind of things that they can take from? I'm sure there are a lot of SMEs here or individuals here who would like to start an electronic business one way or the other.
All right, thank you for the question. So, because security is a holistic thing, it's not so much, or less, it's not only a technical conversation. So I'll distill the requirements with 3 Ps: people, platforms, and processes. So people first. So ultimately, the business is being run by people, and their activities or their actions or inactions could expose the business to a cyber threat. And so it starts with awareness of the people running the business. So do you know what measures you should take? Do you know how you should behave when you're online? Do you know what links are safe to visit or not? Do you have some basic measures on your devices? Those are people-centric. And so for any SME, making sure that whoever you're working with has that awareness is one of the starting points. The authority can help you with awareness creation. We do that for government agencies, and from time to time we do it for even private sector. And so if you think you need help, we can point you to at least point you to which resources to help you have that awareness in terms of your cybersecurity for your people. So that's one side. And it's something that should continue from time to time. You don't say, oh, we know everything today, and then you leave your staff. Your staff must be given that awareness creation. You must remind them from time to time. Even technical people make mistakes. And so people are important. When it comes to your platforms, going online has its risks, right? Whether you are building the platforms internally or you are going to the cloud and renting infrastructure, there are best practices for how you set up the infrastructure. There are resources for doing that. And so simple things like, okay, if you pick a certain software platform to build your website, best practice says periodically you should check and make sure that the version you're using is the one that is supported by whoever built it for you. Any vulnerabilities or weaknesses have been found and fixed. And so those are things you do. You need to have on your devices simple things like an antivirus, right? I don't know how many people in the room have antivirus on their mobiles, but our mobiles are like computers now, but some of us still do not have any form of malware protection on these devices. Those are things you can do. From time to time, even if you build the software yourself, there are platforms or frameworks that allow you to assess whether what you've built is secure. And so those are things as an SME you can do without too much cost. A lot of these tools are available as open source. Open source meaning you don't pay a lot for it. Sometimes it's completely free. So you have to take the steps to do it. When it comes to the third P, which is about processes, it's really around tying together all these pieces. So do you have an understanding of what you do if something goes wrong? We call it incident response. So if you have a website and you wake up and then it's gone down, or somebody has come to put their own content there, do you know what you will do? Do you know who you will call? Those are things you can determine and put down. Okay, so that's my incident response process. Okay, I know I'll call 292 for them to give me some help, or I have got a contract with a certified cybersecurity provider to give me certain technical support. So those are things you determine and know how to do ahead of time, and you practice them. The same way you have a fire drill. If you're in a building, they tell you when you hear the fire drill, don't use the lift, use the staircase, and you should be down in 30 seconds. When it comes to cyber, you can practice it as well. It's something we call a tabletop exercise. So we'll sit around just like we're sitting here and say, okay, madam, let's assume that today our software has stopped working, or somebody has sent us a message saying they've taken all our data. What will you do as, let's say, HR? What will you do as head of IT? And everybody gets to think through what they are supposed to do at that time of crisis. So if you do it beforehand, the day the crisis happens, you are prepared. And that's where the process piece comes in. So you put those pieces together, people, the platforms, and the processes. As an SME, you have a good platform to start from.
Okay, so these are very practical things that the SMEs need to put in place and even take action on. From the Cybersecurity Authority, do you have training sessions for SMEs, or like apart from going to your website and calling the numbers and then the social media posts and other things, do you have special trainings that you bring together SMEs and train them on these kind of things from time to time?
Okay, we don't have one that is, let's say, institutionalized, but we have done it before, and usually it should be in October, where we have the National Cybersecurity Awareness Month. And October is not too far away, so we are preparing a few. So yes, and I think what we'll do is we'll look at the space. Now we have a lot of licensed cybersecurity providers. A lot of them are into training, and so we are able to facilitate some of these engagements. But in October, we go out of our way to even run some of these ourselves. We've had occasion to even collaborate with a different country. We did that one online, so obviously it was easier. We did it with Rwanda, and it was focused purely on SMEs. We were able to demonstrate some of the cyber attacks and what they should do to prevent it. And so that's something we do from time to time, and we look forward to doing more of such.
Okay, so Cybersecurity Awareness Month, we'll be looking forward to such a service.
Sure.
Thank you very much in advance. So we'll move the discussion forward from the businesses. We'll take it to the end users. To NITA, we want to find out, we've been talking about PKI, e-signature, digital signatures, and all that. We will bring it into dispute resolutions. Let's say, yes, I've been a victim of any form of cyber attack. Does the e-signature and the digital signature, are they evidence enough in dispute resolution? Like, when is it acceptable to present those things as evidence when it comes to dispute resolutions in the case of a scam or a fraud?
Yes, indeed. By our laws, it is acceptable. And what NITA is doing to enhance that acceptability is to roll out, as I said earlier on, digital signature. We are collaborating with the course to be able to practicalize and implement this law. It's in the Act 772, electronic transaction, where judges, will provide quick judgment on issues like this. So it's our collaboration with the judges and the court to implement it. It's indeed in the law of Ghana. Thank you.
Okay, so we extend it to Africa. Still back to the theme for this event, because we are looking at an Africa-wide thing. So the other African countries, are they also legally aligned in this way that the digital signatures and e-signatures are acceptable in the dispute resolution process?
Usually we adopt international conventions. What I know of in the ECOWAS, there is a protocol on electronic transaction, and e-signature is part of the protocol, so it's accepted within the ECOWAS environment. Having it within the ECOWAS environment by extension should also be in the AU protocol. So yes, indeed, electronic signature is accepted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that's good news. So you don't have to be afraid when you're transacting business across the borders of Ghana. If you are scammed, unfortunately, there is a means of redress. So, and once PKI is implemented, your electronic signatures will be acceptable in any court of law, if that's what Mr. Musa, you are saying. Okay, so we'll move on to Cybersecurity Authority, victim support journey after fraud. I don't know if you've been defrauded before, but it's an emotional wreck. You feel like, am I not thinking, how can somebody who is even less educated than I am could scam me? How do you support your victims that report to you after such incidents?
All right, so there are a number of things we do. So first, we take as much information about the incident as we can. The reason being, it helps us to analyze what has happened, determine if there's a new modus operandi that's taking place, and then use that to then craft new advisories to prevent other people from falling victim. So the reality is that we do not have resources to solve every call that we get. But then, if you're able to tell us which number scammed you, which URL was involved, we're able to build patterns. We are able to, most of the time, you might even, we tend to find that you can get a cluster of numbers, and it's actually one person. And so once you get that cluster, you do the pattern, realize, okay, it's one person. You can go after that person with a number of cases, and then you can then do some form of prosecution. The other bit for the victim also is, the first thing is really being able to help the person understand what has happened, and then educate them to recognize the signs next time. Because if whatever you lost, we just let it go and we don't educate you, chances are next time you fall victim. So a lot of it is around the capacity building and the awareness creation that we do. And for certain victims as well, it will even involve maybe even getting in touch with some form of counselor or something, especially when it comes to children or minors. We have partnerships where you can get counseling to make sure that the person is emotionally taken care of, not just the case, and then we'll leave it at that.
So we'll take our last round of questions on the panel, then we'll invite questions from the audience. So, Mr. Musa, there's this big thing going on, that is the, how do I call it? The internet sales, but the live sales. You know, when you go on TikTok, people are selling things live. Just like it's going, as the person is presenting, oh, I'm selling shoe, size 39, who wants it? Then somebody says, oh, I want it, then it's sold. How is a regulator trying to regulate that? Because, yes, the person is showing a shoe, but probably it's from her wardrobe that she's showing. So how are we going to regulate that and make sure that people are not scammed in the process?
Just let me add a little bit to what Director General has said. As part of our collaboratory activities, we do a lot with CSA. Usually our efforts to enhance our digital tracks, that is the first actions that we do to protect the consumer. The platforms must be secured, and PKI is there to do that. It's like defending the consumer interaction with other third parties within a virtual space. That is one. There are requirements that platforms should have to be able to undertake that. And those requirements and guidelines, we take it from CAC, and NITA ensures that that is what we have for compliance. So we accredit institutions. Come to what your question, yes. What we do, we ensure that those engaging in that complies with the basic requirement. Then we accredit them. We also feed into the advisories that will come from CAC to caution people from engaging with actors who are not clearly identified as to do those businesses. They are cyber malls. Some you can have control over them, others you can't have. But the requirements that you churn out will give the consumer the ability to decipher whether to engage with this person or not. If that person fulfills all the requirements, you are assured that the business is genuine and you can have whatever you require from them. So those are the things that we put in place. And we are also escalating our actions and activities to develop a system. That system takes into account all the players, regulatory players in all the sectors of Ghana, because IT goes beyond one sector. And as a regulator, you are conditioned to collaborate with all sectors in order that you be able to streamline or enhance the use of IT. So this system that we'll be developing will afford people to send their concerns, whether they are defrauded or they have issues with those engaging in that. And we will be able to, for easier traceability, to get those involved to do the needful and to solve the problems that will arise as a result of paying money and delivery not given, or paying money and the delivery is defective and all those things. So these are what we are going to roll out into a system or a platform. It's done elsewhere, and we have all benefit from such a platform. And when the conversation starts, the framework has already been drawn, but the collaboration framework is what we are, from here, will be engaging into, tied into our digital trust activities. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sechi, would you like to add to Mr. Musa's inputs?
So I think he's set out the main points, and I think in this arena, definitely it's a lot of the work is based on collaboration within our ministry and even beyond it. So yes, in essence, we need to keep working together. I think in the synopsis I saw the bit about sometimes we drop the ball in dealing with certain cases. So if it's data protection, we have to make sure we alert them, which is part of our processes, for example. So there are instances where you find certain exposures or a certain report is made and you realize that, okay, there's actually a whole bulk of personally identifiable information that has been exposed somewhere. So you have to call DPC, because otherwise they won't know that something like this has happened, for them to go and look into it. Or it's an infrastructure issue, NITA is there. So we can only improve. We've done a lot of work, but we can only improve. There's more steps for us to do, so we'll have to keep at it.
Thank you, my panel. Before we come to your final words, we would like to know if the audience have some questions to ask. Please, if you have questions, kindly put up your hand and locate a mic closest to you. Before you ask your question, please mention your name and where you are coming from. Thank you. You can go ahead, please. If your mic is working, please go ahead. Yes.
All right. Please, my name is Sadiq Isaka. I'm a student of Old Technical University. So my first question goes to Mr. Isa about collaboration and startup. So I just want to know your take on the cost, because, for example, you're starting a startup and then the regulatory bodies are, enormous. It means you have a cost for this regulatory body, a cost for this regulatory body, a cost for this. So how are we unifying these bodies to reduce costs for a startup that is coming up? And then my second question is to Mr. Seshi, talking about cybersecurity and reports. As a cybersecurity student, how do I easily get access to detailed reports, starting from the time of the attack to the incident response, and then to the mitigations or techniques that are taken to, mitigate the risk, just like other Western or foreign countries do. We have detailed reports that we learn from, but then in Ghana, I think for the most things we see is all about press release. They come and tell us that, oh, we've worked with the CSA and then we have resolved it. But then with the detailed reports, that is supposed to feed us so we understand the outcome, and then the actual reason behind the attack, I don't really see them. So how easy can we access these reports? Thank you.
Mr. Musa, can you please take the first question?
If I understand your question, is it the cost of doing business, or cost of registration, or cost of can you?
So I'm talking about cost of the requirements for each regulatory body. So how are we unifying it into one whole cost that is very less for a startup to, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. I mentioned of simplifying processes, and we are developing a regulatory system or portal for starting with all the regulators within the Ministry of Communications. But the idea is that it's going to be for all regulators across the country, where the information you provide, the requirements, everything would be within that portal. If it has to do with CSA provides that within the portal. And if that same information has to do with NITA will provide you the services you want. And this is part of the whole program. First of all, you need to develop the infrastructure to be able to pull data across. And that is first, data harmonization law, which we are hoping by close of the year will be passed. Second, we have data exchange hub. And this data exchange hub will also facilitate the use and sharing of data. And then there's another program to practicalize it. That is the data sharing strategy. That is also brings all the stakeholders together to implement this data sharing and making it a one-stop kind of data platform that if a regulator is requesting for certain documents, it's already in the system. What this thing would, the impact this thing will create will be reduction in the cost of requiring those information from the user. And the payment system will be in such a way that what goes to this agency will go to that agency amount, from the amount that you'll be charged to pay. So it will simplify what you want, and at the same time what the agency will also require from you in a one-stop kind of. So that is also in the, we are hoping that by close of the year, it started quite earlier, but we have enhanced the processes. We are hoping by close of the year, we'll have the portal serving CAC, DPC, and NITA, whilst we roll it out, add more modules to accommodate others like FDA and the rest. So that is what the intention is. Thank you.
Mr. Seshi, please.
Okay, thank you for your question. So just to be sure, you wanted to find out how you can see information about incidents that have happened in our ecosystem. Okay, so at the moment, yes, that information exists, but let's say it's restricted to within the community of the affected, let's say, affected institutions. So in the law, Act 1038, we have designated 13 sectors, which we call critical information infrastructure sectors. And so what happens today is when an institution, let's say energy or telecoms, has an issue, they interact with the National Computer Emergency Response Team and the Critical Information Infrastructure Protection Team. That incident is tracked and resolved. And out of it, the learnings are shared within the community. It's just not made completely public. And you understand that there's a balance between confidentiality and then the trust. Let's remember that we have come from somewhere where we didn't have this kind of structure at all. And so for now, you're trying to get the community to build trust, to report more. So you can't start publishing right away that, it happened here, and this and how. So whilst you are building that trust for them to be reporting, what you see hopefully later this year is that we'll start giving at least a high-level view to the public. We can tell that, in this sector we saw this kind of attack, and these are the quantities we saw. We will not give you too much information for you to look over. Then you can point that, it was this or that, not at this stage. But as you said, in the Western world, they have built that trust over years and decades, in fact. We are just starting. But eventually we'll get there where we can publish quite quickly what these are. But look out, you start seeing at least info on some of the threats we see on our website. And then with time, you'll be able to get some of these details as we go along.
Next person, please.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jeffrey Owusu Jr., student of Ghana Communication Technology University, Faculty of Computing and Information Systems. So as we all know, when there's less trust in an e-commerce system, it causes less adoption by users. But there are also some cases where a system security is made tough such that users become frustrated trying to use that system. And an example is multi-authentication steps. Sometimes you have to scan your Ghana card front and back, email verification, SMS verification, face verification. Sometimes you have to open your mouth, close your mouth, all that. So how do we design systems that build digital trust with users while minimizing friction and frustration in the user experience to drive higher adoption rates? And what strategies can balance robust security with user-friendly interactions? Thank you.
Please, can you come back to the mic? And the last part of your question, we couldn't hear you clearly.
Okay, should I go over everything again?
No, just the last part.
Just the last part.
The main question.
The main question was, how do we design systems that build digital trust with users while minimizing friction and frustration in the user experience? Or in other words, what strategies can balance robust security with user-friendly experiences?
Mr. Musa, please, would you like to attempt?
Yeah, I will attempt. And yeah, indeed, we all know that technology has simplified our processes. However, it comes with challenges. Challenges that relate to cybersecurity, privacy, as well as the technology itself. It also has to do with the level of digital literacy. Yes, if you want to strictly roll out this digital trust mechanism, it frustrates usage. As a regulator of ICT, in coming out with standards, guidelines, we do this stakeholder engagement to know exactly how we can simplify the processes, mindful of the international best practice. If we are able to secure that, because we don't want to bring out guidelines that will rather stifle usage. The first thing is user experience. So we consider these processes, then we are able to settle with guidelines that works, guidelines that protect, guidelines that enhance usage. Indeed, we have also developed standard documents that in the IT environment is key. And these documents also, we have trained people to use them. Ghana government enterprise architecture, as well as e-government interoperability framework. These are also standard documents that enhances usage of digital activities. So that is how NITA will do it. When we do it, we roll out and we educate as well. And I think by doing that, we preserve, we secure the digital infrastructure, at the same time enhance usage. Thank you.
Cybersecurity, is there anything you would like to add to his question?
Well, I think the bit I'll add is the fact that a lot of these interactions, I mean, I think he mentioned it was in school, so there are areas of study around user experience and how that interacts with platform development. So that's something you can study. There are reference frameworks like what NITA has. There are other best practices there. So it's really around how, as developers or software developers, we understand these standards and how to best implement the underlying security. We are not the first people doing it. There are bigger platforms out there that have got it right. And so we can learn from them. We can try it out. We can interact with the users, take feedback. We can look at the frameworks we are using and then make improvements. That's what I can add.
Thank you very much. Next question, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Emmanuel P.K. Abam. I'm an educator and an edtech entrepreneur, currently leading Yin Innovations. My question is a bit biased due to my nature. Looking at the advent of predictive AI, what are some of the safeguards that we are putting in place to secure our children's data? Because at the end of the day, we might be solving one issue here, in the next 5, 10 years, we'll be solving a bigger issue because people are doing facial recognition or using faces to do other malicious intent. So my question probably might be directed to Mr. Seshi, that what are some of the security measures you are putting in place to protect our children's data? Because now they are being posted on social media, their data are being taken on different platforms and educational institutions. So my question is, what are some of the safeguards we are putting in place to protect their data? Thank you.
All right, thank you, Emmanuel. It's quite a tough question, but there are a number of things we are doing. I'll start with a bit about the national effort to get some kind of framework for AI going. I think within the ministry, it's being led by the Data Protection Commission, but we have all other agencies are supporting, including the Cybersecurity Authority. So basically what we are doing is trying to define a proper framework for how AI is used within our ecosystem. And by so doing, we can then get to the step where we can enforce certain standards. Now, if you're using platforms or solutions now, a lot of it is now down to your awareness of what you are doing and its impact. So the other angle of it is also along awareness creation, getting people to understand that when you're using these platforms, you should be aware of what you can put in there and what you should not put there. If you're dealing with children, a lot of the responsibility now falls back on us as parents. Those of us that like to post everything about our children every 2 days. As you put more images of them out there or more videos of them out there, you make it easier for someone to harvest them and then misuse them. And so you need to bear that in mind, because many of these platforms, we do not control them. As a sovereign state, we do not control anybody like NITA or Google for that matter. So if you put it there, there's very little we can do as a nation about it. It's already out there. So from a user perspective, you also need to apply some caution in your usage of it. Going forward, once some of these frameworks that we are developing are in place, then we can have some conversations with these platforms, the Metas and the TikToks, and see how that is done. In terms of incident response, at the moment, we do collaborate with them to resolve issues when they are reported. So I'm sure some of you would have seen instances where government officials, their images of videos are being used to promote cryptocurrency or some product or the other when they have not. Those ones can be reported and dealt with as an incident. But if it's not reported, that's an issue. It means it will be there and the person will be suffering. So we need to combine what the ministry is leading in terms of putting frameworks there alongside user awareness and our own practices online. Thank you.
Final question. Are you?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sita Suleimana from Traditional Medicine Practice Council. And my question is, we are currently on our digitalization drive. So I would like to know what are some of the things to take into consideration as we are on an agenda to build a management system for our agency and then improve our online presence. What are some of the things to consider to minimize the impact of cyber attack? And my other question is the mobile app that is concerning the cybersecurity incident reporting point of contact. Is it for all mobile platforms, or there are specific mobile phones that does not support that? Thank you very much.
Excuse me, please. Your last question, mobile apps, you mentioned some of the mobile apps.
Yes, the mobile app, is it supported by all mobile platforms?
Or the CSA mobile app?
Yes, please.
Is it supported by all?
Is it supported by iOS and then Android, or is it by specific only Android?
Android. Okay. 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 Android. Thank you very much. Mr. Seshi, please.
Okay, so the second question is shorter. So the platform is being reviewed, so it will be relaunched covering all platforms. The first edition, I think, was mostly Android, if I remember correctly, but it has been looked at again and will cover both ecosystems. I think I'll start the first part of your question, then my colleague can continue. So in terms of minimizing cyber attacks, how we come in. So, I mean, within the framework that the law provides, the Cybersecurity Act, there are specific sectors we've identified, and if you happen to be among those sectors that we call critical information infrastructure, you are subject also to what we call a guideline for the protection of those infrastructure. That guideline provides minimum standards you should follow. And so that's one starting point. It's not the standard that will make you super secure, but at least it puts you in the right direction. The basics you should have: authentication, regular patching of your systems, having specific processes for responding to your incidents, having the right personnel in charge. Those are all bits and pieces, access controls, all these building blocks that you should have as a minimum. Then from there, we point you towards best practice frameworks like the standards that the ISO will talk about, 27001, or if you follow the Americans, the NIST NIST. Those are things you can build on top of that. So once you identify that you want to serve government agencies or the public, that's a basic framework you should start with and then build on it. And we should keep at the back of our minds that security is never absolute. It's a continuous thing. What you think is secure at 2 p.m., maybe by 3 p.m. will be hacked. So don't think you've done this and that, put it in your pocket and go to sleep. You need to keep reviewing. You need to keep abreast with threat intelligence and keep updating your platforms as you go along. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Seshi. Any additional questions? Before we come to your final words, I have a question that I would like to ask. Before I joined the regulator, I used to fear regulators a lot. When I hear there's a regulator coming to inspect one thing or the other, wherever I was, we need to put things in order before they come because there is always this fear attached to a regulator. The question is it necessary for the regulators to invest more in customer service so that their regulatees would know that they are not out there to just find them or look for faults with them, but to help guide them to work properly within the ecosystem in which they find themselves? So the same question goes to both panel members. Mr. Musa, please, can you start with us?
Yes, absolutely so. This day of regulating is to enhance and enable the environment for players to comply with requirements to their benefit. If the regulator does not exist, there is no standardization. If the regulator does not exist, there is going to be chaos in the environment. So once the regulator exists, it's the duty of the regulator to ensure that whatever guidelines they come out with secures compliance. And you don't behave like, excuse me to say, like a policeman arresting a criminal. You don't consider your regulatees as bad people or criminals. What your role is to enable them have impact in whatever endeavor they are doing. So that's what the regulator does. You simplify the processes. For them to be able to fulfill their requirements. And to do that, you need to constantly engage with them. Indeed, when they flout your requirements, there's also a consequence for them to pay. They are made aware that their actions and inaction will either make or unmake them within the environment. So regulator, you need to engage with them. You need to kick in your customer service actions for them to be able to conform with whatever requirement you have rolled out. So that is the only way you can enhance and enable the environment. Thank you.
Mr. Seshi, your thoughts on that?
Sure.
More investment in customer service by the regulator. Is it a must or not?
Well, I think it's an important facet of your work as a regulator. As my colleague said, you are more or less like a gatekeeper, but then the how is important. So at the CSA, we have something we call collaborative regulation. And basically, it's a mechanism we came up with coming from the realization that cyber is relatively new. Not a lot of people understand it. And though you have a law, if you march in and say, I'm the authority, and if you do this, I'll hit you on the head, what you're likely going to do is rather raise opposition. And so the approach we used was for all the constituents or our regulatees, if we have anything we want to introduce, we bring them in and say, okay, the law mandates that we do A, B, and C. This is how we think we are going to do it. What are your thoughts as industry or as people that are going to be regulated by this law? So by so doing, you do that engagement, they give you their feedback, oh, we think you should modify this aspect a bit or introduce this other thing to make it easier. So by so doing, you build a certain relationship. And so it's not a headmaster-student relationship. It's more like, okay, you have a role to play as a regulator. You also have a role to play as someone who is a practitioner. So as you do that, it's no longer that old school type of regulations, but it's rather a collaborative engagement, and we feel it's the next generation way of doing things and getting the results we want. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we are now more relaxed when we hear of the regulator coming around. Your final words for us to bring this session to a close. We'll start with you, Mr. Seshi.
Okay, I think for me, I'm grateful for the opportunity to be here on behalf of the Cybersecurity Authority, and just to emphasize that we are available to support on any issue you have. In October, we have the Awareness Month, so would encourage that you all be ready. We'll be coming around. It's not just the mainstream events, but there'll be events covering even churches and schools, and so we look forward to meeting all of you. Our theme this year is around the fact that cybersecurity is a shared obligation. We are all part of it, and we have responsibilities, and we have things we can do together. So we look forward to engaging everyone in October.
Mr. Musa, your final words.
The challenges of technology has been brought to the fore when we lose sight of digital trust. There's a cost to pay, and the impact is huge. What NITA or the regulator wants is that we should be mindful of that and take steps to imbibe trust infrastructure in our workplaces, and that would help us resolve challenges that we'll face in future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we've had a very rich discussion this afternoon. Thank you very much for your patience and insightful questions. And to my panelists, thank you very much for coming. We look forward to having more engagements in the future. The MC is driving us out of his stage. Thank you for coming. And to the audience, thank you very much for your attention.
Taking a picture of you and your panelists. We also had a very interactive conversation with 2 tracks, one on e-commerce and the other on digital payments. And finally, we've talked about collaborative regulation, which I thought was very insightful. That brings us to the end of day 3. A round of applause for yourselves. Today, I came here at 8 o'clock and the room was empty. Tomorrow is the 4th day and the last of the main event. Can I get promises that tomorrow we'll start early so we can finish early? Can I see by hands? If you'll be here by 8:30 at least. I'm looking at my uniformed officers because I know they're the ones that's supposed to be here first. Can I get a hand up? Yeah, thank you, all right. Can I get a wave from this side too? Great. So now that I know that you will all be early, I'll be here tomorrow by 6 to make sure I'm waiting for you. Thank you all for being here. Have a great day. See you tomorrow. Thank you.